Turn your LinkedIn profile into a lead gen.
a Viksit Bharat. Value game, it has to be a game of innovation. And a word of caution here for all of us, that our success of past should not be our roadblock for future, because our very good and large scale success of generic model of pharmaceutical trade in the world should not actually stop us from graduating from volume to value. And that is a problem which we all have to solve together. And in life of any individual, and it can be extended to organizations also, it can be extended to countries also, is a very interesting story of eagle. Some of you would have read it or heard it, but I think it's important for me to put it here in the context. We say that the eagle, when it becomes old, a specific age, the wings are heavier, the beak is longer, the weight is more than what it can manage. And at that point of time, eagle takes a decision that come what may, it can be very painful, but I have to do two things. I have to shed my wings and I have to break my beak. Otherwise, I am not able to pick the insects for eating, and I am not able to fly because of the weak wings and high weight. So it goes to a mountain in isolation. It keeps on hitting its beak on the stone or rock till it breaks, and the eagles bleed to break their beak. It just pulls out the wings so that the newer and smaller wing comes, starves to shed weight, and at the end of that torturous period, we say that it reinvents itself and is able to fly, able to catch prey, and is happy again. but that for that happiness, it has to go through that torturous period of sort of self-destruction. And that's a story for midlife crisis at an individual level, where people say that we have to reorient ourselves, we have to shed our old knowledge, old models, re-strategize our future. And you can extend it to a country level also, whereas I said that we have to re-strategize as a country, that generic model is not going to help us. We have to graduate, come what may, to a innovation game. So, now let's see that if we are convinced that we have to move to innovation game, what are the positives for this country when it comes to doing innovation? So, if you see history of Indian pharma, and the supporting infrastructure, we know that we have the best institutes in the world when it comes to technology, when it comes to the medical sciences, when it comes to management, when it comes to pharmaceutical education. The IITs of the world, IIMs of the world, AIMS of the world, NIPERs of the world, in multiples. So we have an infrastructure created by government which supports the whole ecosystem of knowledge creation and knowledge dissipation. That's the first biggest advantage we as a country have. Then the second bigger one is our experience at the international level when it comes to international business. We know how to create international businesses. And example, people who track the business, global business trends, majority of the global companies are being headed by Indian CEOs. And that's a bigger confidence which we have, that if there is any signal in the system, there are people who can make it big and make it large, make it a global company. So that's a very big advantage as a country. Our tech leadership in IT, which is now being extended to AI, that's a strength, especially in the context of interdisciplinary developments, which the future is all dependent on interdisciplinary developments, be it medical devices, be it biologics, be it small molecules, whatever it is. You will see, and you have all the examples, the whole domain is shifting towards interdisciplinary sciences. So there we have a strong strength. And I'm also very happy to let you know, which will motivate many of us, that today we are actually getting to see structured development supported by government, supported by private agencies, where very interesting research and product-oriented research is happening at the interface of life sciences and technology. I can give you some examples, very interesting example. I was at Jodhpur IIT, and Jodhpur IIT has started giving a degree at the interface of life sciences and technology, a BTech degree, a blend between AIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur. Both of them, the doctors and the engineers, have come together to teach or conduct research in this area at the interface of life sciences and technology. Many of you would have known, Kanpur IIT is starting a MBBS course, full-fledged medical college within Kanpur IIT. Delhi IIT and Delhi AIMS. The professors from Delhi AIMS are collaborating with Delhi IIT professors to guide thesis in especially the medical technology and medical device domain. Last week I was at my alma mater, BHU. I'm very happy to listen and learn that they have also started medical device, and along with medical college in BHU, they are actually doing the interfacial research or interdisciplinary research. So there are many examples which we see as a initiative. It is coming, which is another signal towards the strength which this country has when it comes to thinking about innovation and promoting innovation. And ultimately, one of the better parts of all this is that these are all product-oriented research. The doctors who know the gap in their practice, doctors who know the gaps in their surgery, the instruments and devices which they today import from Western world, they, in the Indian context, what is required, that is being translated into product by engineers of IITs. Huge and huge positive for India. And the government priority. You will be happy to know that agenda of pharmaceuticals in this country is being monitored from top at the level of Prime Minister of this country. And that's the reason there are very few domains in this country which is so closely monitored by PM's office. And one of them is the pharmaceutical and medical devices. Yesterday I had to take last flight at 11 p.m. in the night, which brought me around 3 a.m. in the morning to hotel, was because of a PMO meeting. And just think that PMO is investing 2 hours in reviewing the reforms, reviewing the deregulation, and asking relevant questions from us. So that is the importance of this domain from the country perspective and the country's leadership perspective. And that has actually pushed us. And I'm probably one of the most happy and proud person to get this opportunity to contribute into this shift of deregulation and rationalization of regulatory system in this country, and opportunity to work so closely with the country's leadership to shape the future of this country. In terms of incentives, in terms of the financial grants, the 100,000 crore Anusandhan fund which government has announced for research and scale up of technologies in life sciences and medical area. The PLIs, the incubators, the network of incubators, the startup culture, the policy intervention, the deregulation drive, everything is towards supporting this whole industry to become competitive globally and keep on contributing to the global public health the way we have been doing for last at least 25, 30, 40 years for now. As a regulator, I'm very proud, and some of my team members are sitting here. I'm sure they are also proud of it. We have approved some of the innovative products in this country, developed by the country, which gives us a huge motivation as a regulator as well as a country. And the first example is the 2 CAR-T therapies for cancer which we approved 1.5 or 2 years ago. And one of them, fully indigenous, a company started by Bombay IIT professor, ImmunoAct, the first CAR-T therapy in this country. And when I was in BHO, he was my panel member. And he said that 500 patients have been injected with the approved CAR-T. That means he supported 500 lives for whatever time, 6 months, 1.5 years, 2 years. So that is an indication that this country is capable of doing development of innovative products, and the country's regulator is capable of approving the products, not shying away from taking these applications and approving it. Similarly, the Glenmark story, just a couple of months back. And that will also show the power of innovation. $700 million upfront payment for an asset which is just entering phase 1. That is the potential of innovation. We still don't know whether it will see the light of the day. It's still 3-4 years away from, or maybe more, from hitting the market. But the value which is generated for the company is $700 million and post marketing approval, the royalty in I think double digit. So similarly, if you see the CAR-Ts, 500 doses, if I do a back of envelope calculation, only 500 doses would have given the company a turnover of 200 crores, right? And you know, many of you who are in this business, that this 200 crore, if you have to hit through generic development, how many years it will take for you to do that? So that's the power of innovation. We are approving the software as medical devices. We have approved the first important marketing cell and gene therapy, Zolgensma of Novartis. And without taking the name, we have many applications from Indian companies in this domain who are now entering into phase 1. So in totality, we have very good signs coming from this whole domain of innovation. So that means we are moving in the right direction. The point is, what are the issues which we have to address if we have to be successful to be innovator of the world? So some of the, so can I get a gap of just 2 minutes? I have a very urgent call to take. I'll come back in just 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, he's back. Thanks for the patience. Probably once the session is over, be attentive. Probably maybe a couple of questions on how we, specific questions, please. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, something from yesterday's meeting. So we were talking about gaps. So the first gap which I understand from my close association with government system and dealing with the pharma industry fraternity, is the shift in the mindset. If we have to play the game of innovation in this country, we have to shift our mindset, which is largely generic, still into an innovative mindset where we support the development of innovation. And this mindset, easier said than done, shift is not easy. It needs generation change many times. And I think people sitting here have a big responsibility to shift that mindset for people who are actually now taking over from people like us who are moving out of the system. So that is the first thing which we have to do. And this is also important because it's a very important saying that when you do innovation, innovation has to be very relevant innovation. Because innovation as a definition, you can define many things in innovation. But whether it is a relevant innovation or not, whether it is relevant for public or not, whether it is going to help the public health globally or not, and we say that making a caterpillar run faster is also innovation. But ultimately, the useful innovation is that how many caterpillars are getting converted to butterfly. And that is why we say that don't make caterpillar run faster, make more caterpillars convert into butterfly, and that is the relevant innovation. And one of the bigger gaps, most abused phrase in this country has been industry-academia interaction. I am listening it for last 50 years, and practically nothing has come out. And the reason is that we are working with a mindset of making the caterpillar run faster, not making the caterpillars convert into butterfly. Because academia thinks that whatever they are doing, there will be a customer in industry to take that. They invest 5 years, 7 years in doing something, and after 7 years, industry says that I don't want this. The time has passed. So that the art is that how do I identify that which projects to do. And that is a big gap in this country in terms of our understanding of the whole domain. The company like Lilly, the company like Novo, who came out with this GLP-1 product, they would have identified 20 years ago that this is a product to be developed. And today, within 6 months or less than that, they become the biggest brand of the country. How many of us are actually thinking from that point of view? This is exactly where the caterpillar story fits. So please do that interaction and do that with a potent framework which can identify that whatever you do, wherever you put your resources, that is actually acceptable and useful for people who want to take it further. Ecosystem development, another lot of things are happening from the government, but ultimately it has to become a mass movement. So only government cannot do it. The private industry has to participate, the academia has to participate, the customers have to participate, and I remember one very, very, very small story. I read in press, Naran Murthy ji, the famous Infosys story. He said that he ensures that he buys something from Zomato, which comes through home delivery for eating. Not that he likes to eat from outside. The reason is that he wants to support Zomato. He wants to support that model of Zomato to make them successful. And if his thinking is taken by the population of this country to support innovation, no innovation will fail. But today we are so defensive and we are so risk averse that to do anything new, we think twice that should I go and order Zomato? Whether they will do justice to the delivery, they will bring in time. And when someone else has validated, then we start doing it. And that's a mindset of being a follower than being an innovator. Historically, I always say that historically, it's unfortunate that we have been ruled by others since ages, which has actually bought into our genes to follow and not to lead. Because we had no voice. We had no opportunity to express our thinking historically. Now the scene is changing and you see a lot of developments happening. But historically, we had no voice. And that has led to the whole social structure development where we do not have leaders, we only have followers. And unless until we have leaders who can think different, the innovation is just not possible. Innovation needs original thinking. We cannot just wait and copy somebody who has done, which we have done for long. And that's why I said that our success of past should not become roadblock for us to be successful in future. And that's what risk-taking capacity. In this country as a society, our risk-taking capacity is very low. We shy away from taking risk. And unless until we increase our risk-taking capacity, we will never be an innovator country. Vivekananda has said very, very apt that don't shy away from taking risk. If you are successful, you become a leader. If you fail, you become a guide. And that's the reason why it's always win-win to take a risk. It is just a question of taking that step towards the risk, and you lose, you gain, you are always a winner. It's just a mindset and inhibition which has to be broken and crossed. And risk then comes the next. If you are able to come out of that risk averse mindset and able to take risk, then you become an entrepreneur. And in this country, unfortunately, if you see, out of all the success stories in startups, I don't know how many of them are from pharmaceutical world. Telling thereby that we as pharmaceutical scientists or some pharmaceutical stakeholders, are we more risk averse? Are we not able to take that plunge? So for younger generation, it is a new philosophy in the new world of the corporate model. Being an entrepreneur is always thought to be more stable than going for a job. Because historically, our parents have told that first preference is government job, second is non-government job, and third is actually business. My dad, when I went for my first job, he said that 50% of your savings should go to National Savings Certificate, where there is a guaranteed return, be it 7 years, 8 years, it takes to double. Unfortunately, he is no more, and I could not show him that my investment in stock market has grown multiple times more than NSE, which I invested in the beginning. But that's the mindset this society still has. But the point is that why I say that being entrepreneur is more stable than going to a job, because many of you would have read, many would have unfortunately experienced this. One morning I go to my office, my laptop is taken back by HR. I have a piece of paper in my hand that this is your final settlement. From tomorrow, you are not required. This we never plan. The person, unfortunate person, has not planned in his life that one day his job all of a sudden will go. And whole world is topsy-turvy for him. He doesn't know what to do from tomorrow. When, if you are an entrepreneur, Your every day is risky, but you know that it is risky. And you plan for that risk. And that is why when you plan for that risk, we say that entrepreneurship is more stable than going for a job where you can't plan that for how long you are doing in this job. I have experienced this in my leadership role in Reddy's, at least a couple of times, where I had to actually let go my team members. It's an emotional moment. We are not yet that Western world where emotion is zero. So that's a Indian context. That's an Indian social context. We have to see all of that. So that is why it is good for you, it is good for the country, and good for the world that more and more Indian entrepreneurs come into play. And it is for many of people sitting on the front row, it is never too late to become an entrepreneur. The most or best example is McDonald's. After 50 years of age, the person started and made it a multi-billion-dollar organization, globally working and serving, and many of you would have eaten that. And many of you would know, and many of you would not know, that it was started after 50 years of age. So we think that it is now late for us, it is for us to retire. In this world, there is no retirement age. And I'm the best example. And another bigger gap which we have to solve, it is not for any individual, but in this country, we are short of risk capital. Because for any innovation, you need money to support that innovation. And that money is different from any other money which comes for short-term gain. And that is a special kind of risk capital, which special investors are there. If you go to US, Europe, you will have investors who invest only in the discovery companies with a horizon of 20 years for return. But the return then is the multiple of what you have invested. Unfortunately, in this country, it's in probably we are in a journey, and it has just started. Still, the investors, the domestic or international, they want to invest for a return in 3-4 years. Today's venture capital wants to take out the money in 4 years, in multiples, maximum 5 years. And that's written in agreement with the startup companies that the company will give them 4 times or 10 times multiple in 4 years. So this kind of money will not support a long-term innovation which we are looking at. And this kind of money government can also not provide. One of the unfortunate things which we hear from most of the companies today, that they want grant. Grant in a way is free money. I mean, that's okay. Government should provide some support for innovation. But government has capacity. We cannot give and distribute free money for doing innovation. It has to actually come from that ecosystem of innovation where you have investors, you have personal money, government support, where government supports mainly from the policy point of view, mainly from the infrastructure point of view. But if I have to distribute free money for innovation, there are lots of restrictions, and that's probably one of the reasons why we are not China and we are India. So, I mean, these are the gaps which we need to address together as a team if we have to be successful in the domain of innovation. And important, the last one, but not the least, the regulator, if you see, in every representation which government gets from top to bottom, one of the main things is that the regulator is becoming roadblock in innovation. So not because I am head of regulatory system in this country, I say this, but if you are a real innovator, Regulation is not something which will stop you. And we have demonstrated that if you have something which is innovative, which can move to next level, we fully support. One of the very interesting things happened when I took over. In couple of months, I was in one of the gatherings in one of the pharma clusters in North India. And this risk-based inspection was maybe 6 months old. A lot of issues were coming, a lot of actions were being taken. And somebody stood from the audience and said that, sir, since you have taken charge, you are acting like a regulator. Earlier system was more like a facilitator and not a regulator. So I said, okay, I mean, that you may be right. I may be regulator, but facilitation of industry, if it has brought us to this stage, where I have to close down 40% of companies in GMP audit, where cough syrups are killing children in Chhindwara and Uzbekistan and Cameroon, where our large volume parentals are killing people, pregnant women in Bellary, in Sangarur, in Delhi hospitals. If facilitation takes us to that level, I would rather be a regulator and not a facilitator. So that is one of the biggest fight of my life I am actually currently going through with a sector of industry after my blood. And since the day I joined, they are waiting that when I am going to retire. And the irony is, for them, government has some different thinking. And that is why I said that I am the best example that people don't retire. So, government also has eyes and ears, and it watches what is happening and what is important and good for this country. So, better we understand in time, it is never too late, and come in the mainstream, talk of quality, talk of innovation, so that this country has that sustainable model towards the responsibility to global public health. One of the other areas where I need support from almost all of you sitting here, in regulatory and quality in this country has no setup for deep thinking and research. Whatever we do today in regulatory and quality is all operational. How to compile a dossier for US FDA, we may be very smart. How do I face a audit, we may be very smart. But this all is operational. This will never support innovation. Innovation will be supported by a deep thinking in the domain, research programs in the domain, and where we want today as a country that we start doing deep thinking in regulatory science, we start doing deep thinking in quality science, we start doing research projects in, and research projects in regulatory today, what I see, the professor will say that compare the regulatory system of US, Europe, India, and put it in the thesis. Then how many days IND approval takes in US, how many in Europe, and how many in India. That's the research which we are doing. We need to do research in regulatory and quality, that why this regulatory system is there. The question, relevant question is why to be answered. For that matter, if you ask me, as an extremist, I would think that why regulation is there. And how do I remove regulation? That is the research which we have to do in this country. And then you will see, because we know, and my colleagues also know, since last 2 years we are trying to do deregulation and rationalization, that there are so many irrational regulatory asks which the Act has and rules has. But unless until somebody finds out the reason for what it is and how do we survive without these regulations, where will the change come from? So for all the teachers and all the industry folks, please invest some time and money in doing real deep research and thinking in regulatory science and quality science. It is way beyond compiling dossiers. It is way beyond FDA audits, facing FDA audits. We should have that strength to challenge FDA inspectors that whatever you are saying is not right. For me, the science says that I may not do this, what you are asking. But for that, we should have that confidence. And that confidence will come only if we create that knowledge and dissipate that knowledge of why something is being done and how we cannot do that. So that is very important thing. At the end, my favorite topic, everything is useless, all innovations are useless, or industrial output is useless unless until we have the mindset of quality. You are playing with lives of people, lives of patients. Innovation, it could be the best in the world, but if it is not tagged with quality, it has no value in healthcare system. It is not something where you are putting it in your drawing room and based on AI, when you enter the room, the light puts on itself. It is something which you are giving to patients to either improve their standard of life or cure the infections or the medical conditions through which they are going. Don't offset price with quality. It's a very short-term thinking. And that has come to this country because, unfortunately, for many of us, making a tablet and selling it is same as selling cement and selling saria and selling bricks. We have to understand that difference, and that's always, many of you would have heard I say that it's a Saraswati and Lakshmi tussle. The non-pharma business can be driven by Lakshmi, but pharma, being a knowledge industry, has to be driven by Saraswati. Lakshmi is the outcome of what we do in pharma. You don't need to think about Lakshmi if your Saraswati is right. And that is the crux of pharma industry, product development, manufacturing, whatever we say. And today, the representations which we get that we should extend Schedule M implementation from 31st December to, some of them are saying that for next 2 years we should have holiday, that no regulator should come to my premises for next 2 years. No, don't ask what I'm doing. After 2 years immediate I will be okay. Because they know that after 2 years I will not be there. So very smart move, but government is more smart. They don't looking into these things now. I think we are convinced that this is the last one. From 1st January, everybody will have to be Schedule M compliant. The letters which we get, the representation which we get, everybody talks of unemployment, price rise, social implications, political implications, anything and everything except quality. Nobody talks that how they will improve quality, but everybody talks that agar meri company band ho jayegi to 200 families will start starving. The price of medicines will go up. My simple question is, if cost of a paracetamol becomes 2 rupees from 1 rupee, how is it going to impact, even if it happens? I mean, I can debate on that how much increase it will happen. But what happens when one child dies drinking a cough syrup? That is, I mean, life is, you can't actually measure in the profitability and the social impact. That's the biggest loss anybody can have. So we have to understand that. And I also want to assure this whole industry domain in this country, and we have demonstrated this, that any genuine player, not a single one is being victimized by regulator. History is a history. There is no personal interest today in CDSCO. If you have a genuine case, we support, we handhold, and we have demonstrated this in medical devices, in startup companies, in cell and gene therapies, in CAR-Ts. We are talking to the entrepreneur, we are talking to the industry. We are solving the problem together. But not for quality non-compliance. So we have to understand this because this is not a question of India. It's not a question of world. It's a question of life and death. And many of you sitting here know, we are saying that please follow GMP. Because by definition, GMP is what makes you make a product which you want to make. Srishan Pharma never wanted to make a product which would kill children. But not having GMP, the person could not understand that this will kill children. And that is where the GMP and non-GMP difference comes. The most apt example, if you don't test the incoming raw material, in spite of being part of the regulation, it's illegal not to test incoming raw material in this country. It's illegal not to test an end product in this country before putting in the market. Even then, we have companies who do that. And one day, this will happen, which happened in Srishan Pharma case. They did not know that they are putting DEG in place of PG because they don't test it. Whatever the vendor gave, they just put it in the cough syrup. They did not even test the final product, and the product went to the market. It might be unintentional, but it's a question of your system. It is not a person-driven. You can never manage a company based on a person's memory and whims and fancies. You will get hit back one day or the other. What happened? Unfortunately, regulators, I take that responsibility also. We are letting that happen. Why are we reactive? The problem is we are reactive because we don't want to implement because of whatever reasons. If we are proactive, if we implement the regulation, we don't need any deregulation. We don't need any amendments in the Act and rules. What we need today is just honest implementation of rule which we have. You will never have another Chindwara or another Uzbekistan or another Cameroon in this country. But I don't know what is the reason why we don't do that. Very short-term thinking. And that is why we say that if we have to be successful, grow, help society, the purpose of your life has to be bigger than your individual interest. All these failures, if you sit and think, are only because of your personal ambition of earning little more money in a shorter time. If your purpose was public health support, if your purpose was country's growth and supporting country's commitment towards public health, this will never happen. Because you will not think of your profitability, but you will start thinking, the day you realize this, you will start thinking that how do I do everything which goes to making a quality product. And the discussions which happen, that is more disturbing. On WhatsApp groups, the discussions which happen is whose responsibility was it? Was it state of Tamil Nadu regulator or CDSCO regulator, or somebody said that DCGI is responsible for that? Give me a break. That's a problem which we face. On one hand, children are dying. On the other hand, they are very wise people. Some of them sitting in this audience also. Asking questions like, who is responsible? Nobody said that what was the fault. This is the irony of this country and the way we think. I got extension. Nobody should have any reason to worry, because there are leaders who are looking at it. There is reason why I got extension. But there were 3 writ petitions filed in this country against my extension, without any reason. And ultimately all of them are dismissed. So what are we trying to prove? I don't know. Put that energy into the right positive activities, support the country as a whole towards what we are doing. And at the end, I have said that the projection for global trade is $2.4 trillion in next 6 years. And let me also tell you, there is no competition for India if you do honestly the work which you are doing. Forget about our neighbor. For me, it's not a threat. There is no threat, practically no threat. The business opportunity is on platter in front of you. Only thing which you have to do is, please understand the relevance of quality. If we have to be relevant in the world, we have to understand the relevance of quality in pharma. Period. And then you have this opportunity of $1 trillion in front of you. Everybody has opportunity to grow 10 times in next 10 years, maybe more. Everybody, sons of the world, Reddys of the world, Silas of the world, they were like, in front of our eyes, all these top 10 companies or top 20 companies of this country today, they were small scale MSMEs 20 years ago. They have a history of just 20, 25, 30 years. What is the difference? They understood at some point that what is relevant for their business to grow. They understood that they have the potential to become a global company. And immediately they started changing their mindset, their leadership, their thinking, everything they changed. And today, you have these companies who are competing in the world with respect to quality, innovation, whatever you say. And think of our position. On one hand, I am fighting with one sector of the domain and fighting to make them understand how to make a paracetamol tablet. And one other extreme is, I have CAR-Ts to approve, I have sons of the world to regulate and support global with one regulation. So think of the difficult part which we have. So whatever is required, the country's leadership is doing, we will support the industry. Only thing we need is that sense of optimism that we have everything in our hand. We just have to translate that. And a very small story before I end. Some of you, again, would have heard the famous story of Satyanarayana. There was a big drought in an area, no rains, the agriculture was getting suffered very badly. And then one morning somebody came and said that there is a Mahatma sitting in the next village, and he is known for very strong spiritual powers. Let's go and pray that he does something and rain comes. The whole village came. Somebody with flowers, somebody with sweets, somebody with something and all that. There was one Satyanarayana who came with an umbrella. And when he was asked that why umbrella, he said that while coming back we will have rains. That is the optimism which we need. We need more Satyanarayanas in this country. We need more Rahul Purwars in this country to do innovation, to add to optimism, that we are the greatest country of the world and we can do anything and everything. We have demonstrated that in COVID. Science is incredible. Don't compromise with science. Unfortunately, that sector of the companies, they don't have value, they don't have understanding of the science of pharma. The day they start understanding the science of pharma, everything is taken care of. Unfortunately, it's a question of will also. It's not a question of skill only. It's a question of will also. I want to do what I have been doing for last so many years. But the times have changed. Without naming a company where I used to work earlier, the culture was very rough, very abusive. In the lobbies, fights would happen. But at the end of the day, the largest generic company of this country, the first company to bring generic model in this country, everything was right, except the culture. And when some of the people used to ask informally in discussions that why can't we change? The answer would be that why should we change? Because we have grown to this stage because of this culture. The company failed to realize that depending on country, you have to change the culture also. And see where today everybody knows where is the company, and so it's sentimental, but it's a big learning for us. So that is why I say this is the right time, may not be late, to change the mindset, become quality conscious, become an innovator, and take this great country to the next level where we have to be. World is waiting for us. We have spoiled the world through our generic model of business by giving affordable generic medicine to everybody in this world. We have spoiled the world. And now we have to pay the price in terms of developing affordable innovation for world, not for India. And that is where everybody's contribution and support is required, so that from pharmacy of the world, we become innovator of the world and meet the expectation of billions of people in this world. With this, I'll end here. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi ji. I think thanks again, once again, for taking a 360-degree view of the whole pharma ecosystem. And for this session of India Pharma 2047, Reinvent to Lead, I think we would not have got a better speaker than you, sir. Now, having said that, I think time for a couple of questions, strictly couple of questions. Dr. Khalid Ahmed Khan, Deputy Tax Controller, Karnataka FDA.
Yeah, thank you very much. You introduced me. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful speech, and I'm sure it has motivated all the youngsters as well as aged people like me who have crossed 50. Like you said, that there's no time for innovation. Now, as a regulator who has put in 27 years of service here in Karnataka state, and you at the helm of affairs, you have seen the problems plaguing the entire drug regulatory system of India, where we are facing with vacant posts and so many other issues, which I need not highlight here. And most importantly, we are facing with the problem of uniformity of interpretation of the law. We are implementing one law, but there has been a lot of disparity and non-uniformity from state to state. I have done some work which I feel is quite feasible. At this stage, I dare to ask you that, do you see a single regulatory system in India merging the state and center? This is my question to you.
Excellent.
3 writs without any reason. The day we propose merger, I don't know, 30 or 300 writs will be in court against the merger of state and central, one regulator. That is a practical issue. Having said that, the point is, it's not a question of, see, there are successful models in federal system also in the world, right? So we can't say that having a federal model is a problem. It can be, but doesn't stop us from doing right things. We should actually look at what is possible rather than looking at what is not possible. If I give you my example at both IPC and CDSCO, I had an opportunity to say that the law doesn't allow me to do this, right? But we decided collectively that there are ways to impact the system within what today we have. And parallelly, you try to develop, change whatever. And that's exactly what we are doing in CDSU. What we are doing, I'll give you just example. I mean, anybody can do that. We have taken very deep initiative to change our internal processes. We have engaged with the world leader in consultancy in process improvement, Kaizen. We have engaged with BCG for our external process improvement. We are working more on administrative orders rather than looking at the regulation and rules, right? Wherever we have an opportunity, we send strong signals to the system that please change, which has brought us to closing down 40% of the companies. Never happened in this country. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody can work and do a positive contribution within the scope of the current regulation. What is better, what is not so better is a different debate. As professionals, we have to extract the best possible within what has been given to us by government. A small example, if everybody supports the initiative which CDSU is taking today, this country will be a completely different country from the quality point of view. But what happens? We get pushed back from our colleagues at different places in implementing. For example, I mean, you are a regulator, you know the CAPA system, you know the RBI recommendations. How many of them are being translated on ground with respect to the execution of the recommendation? That may be, that's what I'm saying. See, that may be easier to implement. If there is one regulator, that may be easier. But if you are having a federal system, that doesn't say that it cannot happen. It is happening today also. But it takes 3 months, 4 months, 6 months sometimes to take that action. So if you support with immediate effect, it will be a completely different system. So something can be better, but when policies, when regulations are made that cannot satisfy everybody. So you may be right, but for some, that may not be the right best model.
Next question, anyone? Well, last one question. Please raise your hand. Yeah, Ravlin Singh Khurana.
खुराना साहब मुझे हमेशा फिक्स कर देते हैं, तो आप सवाल इजी पूछिएगा.
सर आज आपको मौका है इनको फिक्स करने के लिए. He has to drive the excipient industry in this country to make it to be a global level.
Thank you for the introduction. So sir, as you pointed out about the cough syrup tragedy, and we all know that the low quality imported excipients have been at the back of this, and we have proposed a lot of good measures which government can take, including when we export to China, we have to file a DMF for excipients there. Whereas any Chinese company can export to India without any regulation. So if we can have some kind of mechanism where we can prevent this low cost excipients coming to the country,
follow that personal ethics. Otherwise, this is not going to work.
Sir, similar to the medical devices, in case of NSNM, that is non-sterile and non-measurable devices. So similar fashion, I think you can also give an opportunity for the excipient manufacturer for self-registration, so that at least they will be under the radar. We can ascertain the quality at least by that way. So this is my suggestion, sir.
So, I mean, you have seen in last 2 years,
Thank
we
you.
have done so many deregulations, rationalization, T-license is going, BAB, NOC is going, your export NOC has been rationalized, made digital. So, there are so many things we have done. So, this will also get addressed. It's just a matter of time.
I think great, sir, for your patience and great learning. Probably, I think any more question, there are a lot of hands are there, but then what we will do is probably just after the session, maybe 5-10 minutes, we can have a personal interaction. Great. I think your whole session, I think India's future in global pharma, the whole, what is coming out of this session is India's future in global pharma will not be shaped by scale alone, but by science, standards, skills and systems. We have heard today that regulations must evolve from a gatekeeper to enabler. Education must shift from degree to future-centric. And perhaps the most powerful takeaway from this session is no single stakeholder can shape India's global pharma destiny alone. The future will belong to those who collaborate across government, academia, industry, and global institutions with a shared sense of purpose. If India is to shape the future of global pharma and healthcare, we must move from asking what market can we serve to asking what problems can we solve for the world. I think great, sir, and we had a very insightful session, and always with DCGI, I think whatever time we allot is always less. Thank you, audience, for being such supportive and being great for participation. Thank you, sir, once again.
Good afternoon, delegates. We are continuing with the third session. We are continuing the third session within a short minute. I request the chair, Dr. Jawahar sir and Dr. Gill sir to come in front to share the thing. Soon after this session, we will go for the lunch session. Please be there for 15 minutes. I request the delegate, please bear with us for one more session. Then we will wind up with the morning session. Students, those who are waiting outside can join for the session. Now it is open for the delegates.
students and pharmacy professionals across from India and also overseas who have come here. A warm good afternoon to you all. When the session was asked by Dr. Vandana to me that you have to speak for a plenary lecture, I said, okay, I will speak for the lecture. But then I got another message, no, I have to speak at the presidential panel, I have to speak there. So I assumed that I have been excused from the plenary lecture. Then suddenly I got a call from the Chemist and Druggist Association asking me that the president of the association is coming and he wants to talk to me for 10-15 minutes. I said, okay, during the conference we can meet. I didn't realize they put me also in the Chemist and Druggist Association panel which was there yesterday. So when I come and see here in the program, I was shocked to see where all I have to speak, and I have not prepared anything towards that. And when I was seeing here the topic, it was mentioned to be decided. So I thought, let me speak to you today on the topic to be decided. So now when we come here with this type of unpreparedness or undecisiveness or what is to be done, then in the whole world or in the whole way of our profession will remain anchorless, will not have any direction or GPS to move forward in a particular way and reach our destination. To be decided is a quote which you can keep in mind, but you should not allow this to be decided for a very long time. You have to bring it to a close. So that is why I am going to speak to you today about how the next 20 years of our pharmacy education. All of you, most of you in the hall are academic leaders. So I think it is for us to take this message and take forward how we take this path forward. Now, are we prepared or are we unprepared? Now, if we are unprepared, then I think we should put our act together and move forward. We have in our country several universities, institutions, which have certain ideas very clear that they would like to reach this goal. The majority of the institutions would go with the operations. That is, they would say, okay, we have to run an institution, let us run it as per the law. Then there will be certain percentage of institutions, neither they will run as per law, nor they would have planned what they want to do. They will just allow things to float. And this helps the ambiguity which exists in our competencies of our pharmacists to become more dominant than what it should be. So people feel that pharmacists of today are not prepared to meet the needs of the various stakeholders. Now, if you talk to the industry, they say, though pharmacists are no good, they don't know anything about industry. They don't know much about what we want. They are teaching them what is not relevant to the curriculum. Now, if you look at the community or hospital pharmacy, they will, if you go to the clinical side, they will say, what do you know about clinical side? What do you want to contribute here? So these type of lack of direction or lack of projection of our competencies are not enriching them with the need is becoming the problem. So I would be focusing on this and trying to see how we should work together. I think if we all plan together, now message in this conference I have been giving in the last 6-7 hours yesterday and today, wherever I am meeting the colleagues, is that this cannot be done by any law, what I am going to say. No Pharmacy Act, no regulation can bring this. Neither any individual professional association can achieve this, nor any regulator can force this on you to do it. This has to come from the profession. We as pharmacists, we as profession will have to put our act together and try to say, this is what we want and this is where we would like to go, and please help us realizing that. If we make these type of steps forward, I think in the next 20 years, definitely we will have the type of competencies which we are looking at. So we should not be walking towards the sunset as a pharmacy profession. We should not walk towards the sunset. We should try to see how with the knowledge which we prepare the young minds which are going there so that they really come out as sunrise profession, and the profession which is trying to achieve larger objective of providing healthcare to the country and the rest of the world. I think that is what this whole picture is trying to convey, is that we have to equip ourselves with the necessary knowledge, necessary competencies to move forward. Now, I already told you why this topic, because it was there in the brochure. I said, okay, let us talk about to be decided. Now, is our pharmacy profession also going to be undecided? I already elaborated, no, we should be. Are we prepared for that? What will be decided? No, not yet. But I think we should prepare now what we want to do and how do we move forward. Now, we have to keep in mind, education is not just a one-time activity. Okay, you do something, you made a batch of product or drug, which is as per GMP requirement, the formulation is fixed, then batch after batch you manufacture and just check only whether the quality is compliant or not. Education is not like that. Education continues to evolve. And there is no time for us to go and reformulate and then bring it back. We have to work on the go. We have to move on the way and decide. I think this is something which we have to do it. So I think policies will keep continuing changing. We had earlier the Pharmacy Act, which was there, which did not define in any regulation what pharmacists will do or what pharmacy graduates will do, postgraduates will do, clinical competencies. This was not there. But then we brought the regulations to give that identity and moved. On another side, we had the AICTE Act, which was trying to do it. Then we got out of the AICTE Act, and Pharmacy Act and regulations are now prevailing to achieve what they are trying to do it. But there is a possibility, there is another act that is in making, that is the Higher Education Commission of India Act. Now, if that is going to come, that bill is going to become an act, then we do not know what is before of us. So the policies will keep changing. There are two ways to do it. You can resist the policy. You can go on fighting the government or whichever agency is there and lose some more time. Or try to see how to turn the policy to your benefit. How do we work towards that? How do we work with the government to modify to the benefit of the profession? So I think our objective should be very clear, that we should not just look at the policy and start struggling with that, and look at how this policy will affect us. If it is going to affect, we should try to see and make our voice together and tell what change we want in these policies. I think this is something we have to keep in mind. Now, curricula may be revised continuously. Again, we say, no, for past 20 years, I have been teaching the same medicinal chemistry, I have been teaching the same pharmaceutics. How can you change now? Curricula has to be changed. Today we are talking about AI should be there in the medical devices should be there. Newer technologies are coming in. Now, if the pharmacy graduates are not they are going to be equipped with this, I think then they are not going to fit into the roles of the various jobs which they are getting now. So we have to equip them. Maybe we do not have training as teachers, but then we can always get trained, and our effort, organizations, professions will have to encourage that our teachers get trained to achieve these type of skills that may be incorporated in the curriculum, and then transfer the curriculum to the students to reach that. So curricula will keep revising. So our strategy should be, how do we adapt and move forward further? I think this is something we have to keep in mind. But you can imagine every education which we provide shapes the profession for decades. And so it is very important, we should not take this very lightly and leave it. And what we teach today will define the healthcare of tomorrow. Now, if our pharmacy graduates, whether it is the B Pharm or the Pharm D, are not skilled with the today's requirements, now 5 years from now, what is expected in the pharmacy profession is that personalized medicine will be the way. That is going to be the way of the medication that is going to be coming in, with the biologics, genetics drugs coming in, oncology drugs which will be playing a major role. Personalized medicine is going to be the future. Now, if personalized medicine is there, suitable skills and training has to go into the curriculum and be transmitted to the students. Today we are talking of AI, tomorrow it will be something else. So we have to be prepared that how do we equip and move forward for the next level. Now, the reason for that, what I am trying to tell is, in the next 20 years, what will be the demand is rapid scientific advances. The science which was advancing in the previous years was taking a longer time. Then if you look at the period between 2010 to 2020, lot of advances took place in medical technologies, in the pharmaceutical dosage forms, new drug discoveries. All this took place thanks to COVID. I think our whole possibility was shown that what will take 10 years of research could be done in 6 months also and bring out a vaccine which could save the world. I think this shows that myth of 10 years to 10 billion required for doing a drug discovery is gone. Now, a drug can be developed within 6 months or 1 year and brought into that provided all teams work together and do it. So, scientific technologies will go on. Now, the same technology of mRNA technology which was used in the COVID vaccine now is being seriously adapted into oncology drug development. So, if that is going to be there, again it's going to be a game changer for all of us. I think, so these advances are fast. Then now AI-based decision making will become one of the major criteria even in all healthcare settings. Even drug discovery is going to be driven by AI in a very big way because industry doesn't want to lose time. So they'll be using the various tools where they can narrow down on the molecule they would like to do and work towards it in a focused way and achieve faster growth. I think this is going to be there. The next one is there will be interdisciplinary healthcare teams. Those days were gone when earlier we used to tell a doctor will do only this activity, pharmacists will be doing this. But now I see doctors collaborating with engineers to develop the prosthetics which they want to implant based on the needs of the patient using what you call as 3D development technology, 3D technologies. They develop those prostheses and specifically provide to the patient. I think these type of advances are there and we should be equipped. And today with the various laws and various issues that are coming up through social media and the various information, accountability is becoming a major challenge. So whatever we do, we have to be accountable. Even as teachers, tomorrow if we fail to provide the students the type of training, we have to be accountable. We can't blame, oh, the council did not change their curriculum, what can we do? Or, oh, the university did not listen to us, what we do? I think these are all beyond our thing. So I think we have to do it. And we have to have, if you come to the patient care, an informed and questioning patient we will have. So I think this is something we all have to keep in mind. Now, a gentle self-reflection. Are we preparing students for exams or for life? Because every time when I discuss the syllabus or curriculum with my colleagues, even in my own university, they will say, no, no, sir, we have to have these credits. Without this number of credits, student cannot pass. He has to do only this. He has to take this examination. Without this experiment, how can he move forward? Now, are we preparing students for the examination which he is supposed to learn, memorize and try to do it? Or are we preparing a student to build his competencies and prepared for his life and the profession which he is going to do it? Learning he can do anywhere now. Change our focus from exam-driven teaching to really outcome-based teaching where students get prepared to move forward in the way they would like to look at it. Now, preparedness of these students is tested in scripts, but in ambiguity. Now, yes, we look at the answer scripts as one of the major way of assessing a student. Well, he did not answer this part. The definition was only half. This was not there. The formula at the end was wrong, so we have to reject it. We evaluate the students on the answer scripts. But now, is that adequate for us to do it? Or how do we look at the student's holistic development and be able to assess whether he is competent to move forward and be a graduate? I think our mindset in education has to change towards that. Do we need to look at this that importantly? I am not saying we should ignore the examinations or ignore the answer scripts or ignore the marks. But how they are going to balance in our way of teaching to the students is also going to matter. Now, as I said, information is everywhere. I don't want, now all I have to do, earlier you had to Google. Now you don't have to Google also. You go to ChatGPT and ask, it gives you pages together what you want. And you just take it and prepare your essay, prepare your assignment, you can give it. Now, are we going to tell students, no, essays prepared through ChatGPT or Gemini or other thing is not going to be accepted? Or guide them properly how to use these tools and make their own work better and bring it. So now what we have adopted in our university is responsible use of AI we have brought in and we have created ethics. If a student can use it, but he has to declare which part of the information is from AI he has generated, how he has validated it, what is the way he has used it for the purpose of his thesis or other things. Is he just blatantly copy pasting, or does he understand what is required and how he has adapted to that? I think this is for us to decide and try to bring those things. Now, education must teach the students how to think, how to judge, and how to apply it responsibility, whether it is the technology or whether it is the knowledge. As I said yesterday, the creativity and adaptability and the innovation which students are going to learn is going to help them, because subject they can learn from anywhere now. There are enough YouTube. You to put a topic, they'll tell you how to perform a surgery. How do you want to do a cataract surgery? You can find it in YouTube, and you can perhaps try to do a cataract surgery at your own risk if you want. But I am telling you, such information is available. So we need not waste time. While teaching them, we tell them these are the correct information and these are the wrong information. So don't be misguided. This is the best way to learn. I think this is something for us to move forward. That is, instead of just providing information, we should focus on interpretation. We should tell them how to interpret the information they have and use it to the advantage of the knowledge. Now, ethics is not one lecture, it is lived by example. It is not, now ethics is being taught only in forensic pharmacy as code of ethics. Okay. That one chapter is over, you teach him, you should be honest to the patient, you should be honest to the physician, you should relate to that. But is that the ethics we are talking about? What about other ethics we are talking about? Whether it's a teacher, whether it's a student, or whether it's a practitioner. Now, that should become a way of life, and teachers have to live by example. Like, even if I have to go for a presentation, I do declare and tell them that, okay, I have taken the source of information for my speaking to you is from this part. But my interpretation of that is my own. I am not talking from somebody else's words, I am not speaking. But I have used that, and this is the ethics which we try to tell to the students, that while they can use sincerely the information that is available, but they cannot just try to lose the ethics in the process. Students may forget what we taught, they will never forget how we behaved with them. I think this is something for teachers to understand, and ethics is a culture and not curriculum. We just focus only on one chapter in forensic pharmacy thing, but ethics should be a culture in an institution. How we behave, how we live, I think that makes the difference to the students also to adapt and move forward. Even today I was feeling so overwhelmed and pleased. So many of my students came and told me, sir, I have studied with you, I have studied in this year, I was your student, I am so proud that I have achieved this position. So I felt a little happy that, okay, I must have taught them something valuable, right? They are coming back to me and talking. If I had not taught them valuable, they will even see me and go away, okay, what is this guy? He has not even taught me anything, then why should I bother to go even greet him? But when he comes and talks to you, you feel so happy that, okay, I have done something in my life where somebody feels that I have been responsible in changing that person's life. I think this is the greatest satisfaction which we can teach teacher. I think this is where the teacher's role comes. Teachers are not just instructors. They don't go to the classroom and teach. They are mentors. Yesterday also I emphasized in my talk in the Vikshit Pharmacist that teachers are mentors, not just instructors or educators go and teach a syllabus, complete the credit. You have to be available to them. I am not trying to boast about myself or feel proud about it. Whatever WhatsApp message comes, whatever email comes to me, I try to respond for their own problems when they tell, I have got this problem, how do I address it? Now I am on LinkedIn little active, so I keep getting so many messages in the personal message that I have got this problem, I have got this job issue, how can you mentor me, guide me? I said, okay, I'll reply to you, but give me time. And I do try to reach out. I think that's what a teacher should be, a mentor to the student. You may not be able to give all your time to him, but you can tell him, okay, you have told me a problem, give me some time, I'll get back to you. I think this is something we have to understand. Content can be Googled, so he is not looking at you for your syllabus or your notes anymore. Earlier, students used to go and sit in the class because there used to be no textbooks. Textbooks were very expensive. So whatever teacher says, they will write down and take that as notes, and they used to read. Now you don't have to do that. Today in your phone, student can find out all the content you want. So they don't look at you at content. AI can assist in learning. Today you put in AI and it will give you a video or audio what you can do it. wisdom and perspective and values come
And then we submitted them for the FTIR study, the X-ray studies. The X-ray studies helped us understand that the the red and the black line here, it helps us to understand that these are the microcapsules and nanoparticles. The drug has been well encapsulated and we are not able to see the crests of the pure drug as in the other cases. So we moved further and we primarily developed the last stage of the formulation, that is the in situ gel. So we were having this dried nano-encapsulating microcapsules which we put into polaxomer gel. The choice of polaxomer and a cold method was simply for the reason that we wanted a concept of a sol to gel. So the person would be like sort of injecting using a syringe into the cavity, and immediately at 37 degrees centigrade and the physiological pH, it would gel and it primarily forms a hardened thing. The dentist would put a CPOC and then everything remains in the pocket and the delivery as we discussed a bit back. So that's exactly what we were doing while we envisaged the system. So these are some of the parameters which we did, the concentration and the formulation parameters which we had taken, and of course the viscosity and everything was taken into consideration. These are the final studies of the gel system, the point which I was mentioning, the conversion from sol to gel system. And then you can just see from the bottle that this is a solution and finally converting into the gel at the given temperatures. And of course, this polaxomer and this cold method is absolutely reported in literature, for nothing new we had done. So that's a simple basic thing which we did. And then the final thing was the release of the drug. So as I was mentioning, we were having a phase-like release. So we had the release of the antibiotic to begin with, then followed by the release of the anti-inflammatory drug celecoxib, and then finally doxycycline, which was having the HAP. So it was a sequential release and phase-wise release, and we were targeting at one stage at one time. So the first, because a huge amount of infection is there, so we wanted a huge amount of minocycline to be released immediately, followed by the inflammation or the anti-inflammatory drug, and then followed by the doxycycline, which is an MPP inhibitor, and along with that the hydroxyapatite. So that's exactly what we had envisaged, and we were able to visualize it in the release parameters. So these are some of the additional parameters which we did for the viscosity and the gel strength. Just to reiterate, the formulation was absolutely what we intended to make it way. Then we went in for the next important step, that is a collection of the studies which we referred to as the bioactivity assessment. The first thing, this is an interesting part. So because I think in the morning also somebody was mentioning personalized medicine or the precision medicine. So herein what we did, sir, was that we have patients in and around our university. There's a colony called as Sangam Vihar, and primarily we took the samples from the patients who were visiting our dental OPD at our hospital, and the microorganisms were sort of taken from the patient, and then we grew this microorganism just to make sure that the formulation which we are using is absolutely treating the infection which is present in our locality. So that was one of the major milestones of our work. Then the sample collection was done as per the protocol. We went in for the constructions of the biofilms, and the biofilm which were constructed from the clinical isolates, we were able to show that the product which we had envisaged and manufactured was able to disrupt this biofilm. That's primarily one of the major highlights of the work, that the clinical isolates which we got, they were constructing the biofilms. The biofilm bearing microorganisms are not routinely treated by the antibiotic delivery. Hence we needed something else, and which we did was that we could do something which we refer to as the biofilm disruption. That's primarily what we intended to do. And these are some of the other supporting micrographs of the biofilm construction. Another picture which talks about the eradication, and the microorganisms which we were able to isolate were primarily the one which are very, very commonly present in the periodontal cavities. Then the cell line studies were conducted. I have been advised to finish it fast, so I'll just take you very quickly through what we did. We did the cell line studies on two. One we did was that the murine cell line, and the other was we got the ligament cell lines from the this tooth which was extracted from a patient, and this was then we had an extracted tooth, and then we went in for the HPDL cell culture, and we were able to visualize the impact of a formulation on both these cell lines. And the results were very, very supporting and encouraging, that the product which we have envisaged, the final in situ gel, was able to add on to the proliferation of the cell, and it was not having any negative impact on the tissue of the particular gingival area. So, and rather one important sort of observation was that in the murine cell it was not that effective, but it was more effective in the human HPDCL cell, and that was very encouraging and supportive of our hypothesis. So we did this, and I think I've already talked about it. The final studies were done on the animal, and the animal chosen was New Zealand rabbit, and we were able to use the silk ligation method, and we were able to induce this disease. And finally, after the insertion, we were able to show through the X-ray that the bone which was resorbed, you can just see that this, if it is visible here, this is a grayish point for the control, and for the untreated one, this black portion shows that the bone has been eaten up or resorbed. And while we used in the treated group, we were able to show that the bone had come up again at up to 90% level. Then primarily we went in for the, this is the summation of the results. We were able to show the impact of our formulation. These are some of the other X-ray of the animal studies which I was talking about, that we were able to show around 90% growth of the 90% growth of the bone in our treated formulation. Then these are the data of the histopathological studies where we were able to see that the inflammation and the other markers were not present in the treated group. We went further and we went in for the immunohistochemical analysis, which was supportive of the reduction of the TNF-alpha and the IL-6 in our treated group. Primarily, this is again the presence of the inflammatory marker. You can see that the significant results were there for the treated groups, and we were able to ameliorate the infection and the inflammation related things to much desired levels. This is the summation of the results. Formulation strategy 2, I will just very quickly take it. This is another study which we had done. Again, in this case, we had taken the clinical samples, and one startling thing was there. In this case, we were having this E. faecalis. This E. faecalis is naturally not present in the periodontal cavity. So what actually made us start this was that when we were having the samples from the patients, we realized that besides the Porphyrominus gingivalis, which is Prevatola and other, which are very common in the periodontal disease, this E. faecalis was also present in this pool or cohort of the patient. So we took our study that whether this E. faecalis is also the film former and all. So we took this the samples, and then we were able to see that most of the E. faecalis which we had sampled was having the capacity of making a biofilm. So we did the same study, very similar to what here the system was different. Here in place of minocycline, we chose ciprofloxacin. I think here when we talk about the pharmaceutical scientist, the one thing which is closest to our heart is this drug discovery pipeline. We know that after 12 years of discovery, so much of hard work, we get this one molecule, and we keep it so close to our heart. We don't want to let it go. So we will reinvent it. So this ciprofloxacin was having this, we had to salvage this ciprofloxacin because it was showing resistance. So we tried that if we combine the ciprofloxacin with something which like a biofilm disruptor and oleic acid, will it be able to do what it wanted to do? So the heartening thing in this whole exercise was that ciprofloxacin, which was found to be resistant earlier, but then we combined it into a formulation that is our nanofiber, and then we added a little bit of oleic acid, which is a biofilm disruptor. The outcomes were much, much better, and we can say that this combination of ciprofloxacin along with the biofilm disruptor can be something which can salvage out the usage of this antibiotic. Then I have summed up most of the things orally and rather not relying on the slides. So the same concept of QBD was there. I'll skip this slide in the interest of the time. I think the same concepts of the quality by design we had to take up, and the runs which we had taken, the Ishikawa diagram which we followed for this formulation strategy 2, and then finally we were able to formulate this second formulation strategy, that is your nanofiber. And as I was just mentioning that we were able to use ciprofloxacin along with the biofilm disruptor in this case as well. So this is the machine which we have been using, that is electrospinning machine, where we were able to weave these nanofibers, and these nanofibers were then tested. We had different polymers. We had to screen out the required polymers starting from the PVA. It had some limitations, and we went in for PMA. I'm not going into the detail, but finally we were able to construct these nanofibers. These same pictures are telling us the story that how they were constructed. The PVA polymers were primarily a little fragile, so we were not able to use them amicably. And then primarily we went in for the characterization. We constructed, this is the way the fibers come out. You can see there's a sheath, and onto these fibers are there. These fibers can be then cut it into and put it into the periodontal cavity. These are some of the characterization through scanning electron microscope, the average particle size, and the X-ray diffraction again for supporting of the formulation characterization parameters. We had the FTIR studies, and we were able to see that there was no destruction despite the rigors of the formulation. The ciprofloxacin was intact and physically, chemically, biologically absolutely stable. We went in for the other parameters like differential scanning calorimetry. Then we went in for the TGA studies and primarily analyzing that what is the amount of the drug and whether the destruction was happened. And the TGA gave us results that there was no destruction at a very high temperature as well. Then the atomic force microscopy, the degree of swelling, the in vitro release was given for around 21 days. In this case, the nanofiber will primarily be there and it will keep on releasing the drug for a period of around 3 weeks or 500 hours. So these are some of the drug release kinetics, very typical things of pharmaceutics which we subject to various types of parameters and then find out that whether it was a zero order or the first order or the other Korsmir-Papas model. Bioactivity assessment in this case, we submitted the formulation to the E. faecalis as I said, and also E. coli and S. aureus, which are again very commonly available microorganisms, and we are happy to report that the anti-biofilm activity of the nanofibers was at the best, and we had the zone of inhibition which was much higher for the formulation. Then we subjected them to the stability studies as per the IPCA protocol, and we were able to establish that the stability studies were absolutely not in a negative sense, and they were absolutely supporting the stability of our formulation. This is the paper which we generated from this, and this is something which I am really very happy about. So when we started with this nanofiber construction, within 364 days, not even 1 year, we were able to get a granted patent, and that's the snapshot of the patent which we were able to file. The paper published from the later work, and primarily the machine, and I'm very happy to report here that we are supported for these studies, which we are continuing now. We are going to go in for the coaxial thing, the wire-in-the-wire concept, where we will have one formulation at the outside, the other in the other part of the nanofiber, and this is very well supported by the ANRF and DST. We are thankful to Government of India for granting this project to us. This is the work which we are still continuing with. And we are very proud of our collaborations with the Center of Nanoscience and JNU, with Dr. Pratima, Dr. Amulya, Dr. Farhan, my colleague, Dr. Ayan Kedas, who is helping us for the microbiology studies, Dr. Selva Pandyan with the cell line studies. And this is the snapshot. So we started with a simple story of identifying the problem of periodontal infections. We identified the symptoms. We knew that the doctor will prescribe an antibiotic, anti-inflammatory, anti-bone resorptive, a fistful of medicines. So we thought that can we go in for removing this fistful of medicine with a single one all-encompassing product. And we went in for the in silico studies, then designed our multi-component, went in for the characterization, all the bioactivity, and finally the in vivo studies. The second strategy primarily consisted of construction of the nanofibers, and both these strategies have shown us very humbly and very amicably that we are in a position to successfully ameliorate these periodontal infections. So these are the references. And no work can be done without this big tree. So we are there just to support the mentors. We have my own self, we have Dr. Pooja, we have Dr. Pooja, and Dr. Amir have been my first and second PhD scholars, and now they are my colleagues. So that makes my team very strong, and we have got all these PhD scholars. The areas which we are catering to are anti-cancer drug delivery, and our group primarily focus on the women-centric diseases. So we are taking up breast cancer, we are taking up vaginal drug delivery for candidiasis and all, and maybe amongst the North Indian community of pharmaceutical scientists, our group is the only one which is working deeply onto the vaginal drug delivery as well. Then periodontal drug delivery is one of the vertical. My PhD was on buccal drug delivery. I was very humbled when sir was talking about the buccal drug delivery ahead of me. This is me, a little bit of what I have done. This is the place from where I come. I come from Jamia Hamdard, which is an NAC A+ university. We are the NRF top 1 ranked school for the last 5 to 6 years. And we are very proud of the ecology which we have developed there, which is supporting the research. And we are like around 51% of women scientists and teachers, along with the student also of the same types of counting. So that makes us a very favorable ecology for women scientists to grow with. That's it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for giving me all despite this time constraint. I'm sorry I had to rush through some of the slides, but I'm sure that I've been able to communicate my work to you, all of you. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you,
sir.
Janadikbal. It is a very wonderful study you have done, very so deep, you know.
Thank you,
It
sir.
requires a lot of time to explain
Yes,
this,
sir,
but
sir.
however, you know, in a very short time, you know,
It was your instruction, sir, so I had to obey you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Srinath Iqbal. I request Dr. Kavekar sir to hand over, felicitate the momenta with Dr. Srinath Iqbal. We are happy here for you, ma'am, with so many patents and so many
so much,
funds
sir.
from the government and non-government agencies. Thank you, ma'am, so much.
I
Thank you, Dr. Srinath Iqbal. Now I request Dr. Aglandeshwari Devarajan, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Kavekar sir. I request all coordinators to take a photo session with Kavekar sir. With this, we are winding up the day 2 oral scientific session. Thank you. Tomorrow again in this hall, it will be started by 10 o'clock for the first session, 10 to 11:30, and 11:30 onwards it is oral session. Thank you.
opening remarks. Dr. Gupta, please. Before his talk, we would take a 2-minute silence in the honor of the departed souls of our honored member during 1 year. So, 1 minute silence, please. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Gupta, please.
Good evening. Our immediate past president, Dr. T.V. Nayana, Vice President, Dr. Ramesh Sadapu, National Honorary General Secretary, Dr. Mandal, Treasurer, Dr. Alka Mukne, President of different branch, state branch and local branches, and Secretary of local branches, office bearers of state and local branches, and our members, and our some of the CC member who has come here. I welcome you in this, our annual general meeting. Our term started from October. This is for 24-25, and out of that, first 6 months was for the older committee, and from October 24 to March 25 is our term. As you know, in this period, we are thankful to you for selecting a strong team comprising of very active vice chairmen of different 5 divisions, secretary and treasurer, and as per that we have worked on our side and we have achieved so many successes also. From our advocacy, we have given to government and to different government agencies on different issues. Whenever we are seeing, we are immediately reacting. And on that, recently, our government has heard this and CDSO has given advertisement of 419 posts of drugs inspector recently. And also UP government has given 200 posts of drugs inspector. And due to our advocacy, now our IPA is getting recognition by different departments of ministry. They are sending us invitation to participate in their program and in their discussion, in their workshop. And whenever any minister is coming from foreign country, they are inviting us to attend the program. So it is a great recognition to Indian Pharmaceutical Association. And we are hopeful that your support will get and we will work in the interest of our association and also for the profession. You have seen we have given 25% discount in membership. Today, throughout India, more than 20 lakhs of pharmacy graduates, D.Pharm or B.Pharm diploma pharmacists are there, and 4 lakhs students are passing out. But our membership around only 20%, 20,000. It means 1%. So that's why we have started membership drive scheme. We request all members to at least reach one, each one. At least each one, reach one. We at least make one member is automatically will go to 40,000. I request all the state branch president, local branch president and secretary, please support this scheme so that our membership will be enhanced. And you know, government listen only when you have got strength. Indian Medical Association, they have got strength of 4,30,000, whereas only 80,000 MBBS are passing out from institute. You see, in institution of engineer, 8 lakhs members is there. Though there is strength is much more, but we have to think for ourselves. We should strengthen our association. We should strengthen our association so that whatever we are doing, we will also do for the betterment of our profession and for our pharmacists also. Recently, you have seen Pharmacy Council of India has issued one circular so that in each hospital, the post of hospital pharmacist is enhanced up to joint director level. And as per central grade scale, pay scale, from level 5 to level 9 of the have achieved. So we want your support and we hope your support will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your kind words. Now we'll take up the next agenda. Yeah. Our last AGM was held in Hyderabad last year, and that minutes has been hosted in our website for your perusal. I have gone through, and we did not receive any response from your end, so I am placing it before you for its approval. Okay, okay. Before that, I request Dr. Milind Umekar, please come to the desk. Please, come here. Come here. Being the President IPCA. So, we need support from you for approval. Any one of you? Yeah. Sergey is there, then Nair is there. Okay, thank you very much. IPA building update, this is a very important issue. I could request our President to apprise our member regarding the status of IPA building. Please.
Our association has a dream to make a IPA building in Bombay city. So there was a land, so that's why, you know, from the last 20 years, in former times, we were appealing, please donate so that we can make our building. And we are thankful to Dr. Tivinana that in his period, 2018, building construction started. And today, building is completed. But we are facing problem. Bombay Municipal building, next slide, building photo hai na? You see, our building is complete, but Bombay Municipal Corporation, they have imposed a penalty. They have to take property tax, but they have imposed a heavy amount as a property tax, and they calculate from the period of starting of the construction. Whereas the system is that it should be taken after completion of the building. That's why they have put the notice of 4 crores, 2 crores 75,000, 2 crores 75 lakhs. And then they have put penalty because we have not paid from 2018, they have calculated. We told you calculate from completion from date 22, then it will come around 50 or 60 lakhs we pay. Because 4 crores 75 lakhs, last month, October 2025, they have given notice, please pay 4 crores 75 lakhs. That's why our IPA went to, gave one appeal to Bombay Municipal Corporation that you please review this case and recalculate the property tax from the date of completion 2022, then accordingly we will pay. To that appeal we have given. By the side, we have also filed a case in Bombay High Court that is pending, hearing will come. So we are hopeful that tax will be reduced. Whenever tax will be reduced, then we will pay around 50 or 60 lakhs, whatever there, so that we can start renting of this building and utilization of building. And we are hopeful that we will get relief from Bombay Municipal Corporation because we submitted a appeal with very, you see how much, with full detail. With full detail we have submitted and we are hopeful we will get, then we will start the building. Thank you.
Our President, immediate past, would like to say you something about on this issue.
Actually, IPA building is the dream project of all past, present and all our IPA members. The construction was started in the year 2018, and Subodh Privalkar was given responsibility of building committee chairman, and building committee members were there. I was there, one of the member. And 2022, after the COVID, we received a notice, IPA headquarters, that initially when the building construction was going on, for every floor we have to take permission from municipal authority, Bombay BMC, BBMP, that's all, or BBMP or BMC. BMC. And first floor they have given NOC, second floor they have given NOC, third floor they have given NOC. And when we gone for occupancy certificate, every floor they have given, when final occupancy certificate, they have issued this notice, 2 crore 75 lakhs, the notice. Generally, property tax will be fixed for the year when you are occupying the position. That is general rule in everywhere in the country, in every state. Then we took the legal opinion, then they ignored. Again, notice came with the penalty, again notice came. And we, our building committee member, Nitin Maniar, approached the authorities, and he said legally it will take time, we will go, we will settle the matter amicably. Then their demand is very high. And also they told they cannot reduce the tax. So that what forced us to go to the, approach the court of law, approach legally. This decision was taken in Chennai IPC during the AGM. We took the decision of all the members of IPA collectively, that is in 71st IPC in 2019. No, 19 only, 2019, towards Nagpur 22. And accordingly, we approached Nichesri and Associates, our legal advisor, and they appealed of law about the property tax. They asked under what section it is chargeable right from the construction, not from the position. And there was no reply. They asked us to appoint a lawyer advocate from the local. Again, he identified one advocate, and already 3 hearings taken place. And our advocates, they are telling positive response from the advocates. Definitely, there will be some minimum amount to be paid as a property. That was the assurance given by our advocates. We are waiting for that decision of the court. That is one. I want to update to you. Again, our Honorable President, Arun Gupta ji, appealed to all the state branches and local branches to support. This is the right time because any moment the court case may come in favor of us and we have to complete other formalities, interior and all. And vendors are ready to take it for rent. And it is one of the biggest building of any professional organization in India. No doubt in it. Totally near 30,000 SFT is the building. Only interiors are left out. So if local branches and state branches support, definitely the dream will be fulfilled. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Narayana. We'll skip to the next agenda, today's agenda, to adopt the annual report of the association for the year 2024 and 25. My friends, it is my proud privilege to present this report, which has already been published in the souvenir of IPC, and all of you might be seen it. And I'll go through very fast to advise you what are the activities we have conducted during this year. This activity is from April 1st, 2024 to 31st March 2025 only. And it comprises of the activities of 2 different committees, which was continued from April to September, and thereafter President Council, they have taken over the charge from October and up to March, 6 months. So here is the activities in brief. Our membership, as President already told, it is around 22,000. And here is the activity highlight. We have organized our different flagship programs. We actually organized the World Pharmacist Day in 25th September. Then we organized 22nd National Pharmacy Week in 2024, having its throughout the country. And we also, like this year, we also organized National Elocution Competition, and it was actually headed by Dr. G. Nagarjun Reddy, and accordingly, we have given the awards to the winner in this final round. Earlier, it was prize money was less, from then it was increased up to 20,000 to the winner. And we are really happy that our advocacy committee, we are really thankful to the advocacy committee members. They are doing well. During this year, we have sent 8 such memorandum to different authorities, starting from Government of India, then DCGI, PCI, and whenever there is any such issues came into our notice, our advocacy committee has taken over that issue and made proper representation. These are all 8 advocacy issues we have taken over, and I am really happy that our all vice presidents and chairmen of different divisions, they have done very good work during this period, and we are really fortunate. We got 5 and 10 such chairperson during this 1-year period. And I really thankful to them for their very beautiful work. And here are the few such things. It has already been printed. I think you have gone through. I'm not reading it. Here are the different divisions, their activities. Here is the activity of IPA Education Division. They have done very good activities, and all 3 education, hospital pharmacy division and community pharmacy, they jointly organized one training program jointly with the Commonwealth Pharmacist Association during last January. That was impressive, and so many activities they have done. Now I am coming to the activities of community pharmacy. They are really active, and they have done a lot of program jointly with different industries as well as the FIP. And the most important program they have initiated, that is the vaccination training program. They have already completed 2 such vaccination training programs, where the experts from Australia, they came over here, sent by the FIP, and trained our person as a trainer, and that trainer is now continuing as a trainer for other pharmacists in the nation. So here are the different activities the community pharmacy division has done, and now I am coming to the hospital pharmacy division. Chairman is here. They have done very good activities. They also participated in that activity jointly with CPA, Commonwealth Pharmacist Association. They also organized several such workshop training and seminars, and they have helped us to make some MOU with some organizations, which has created some fund for our organization. Thank you to Ramesh, Dr. Adibu, for his very good work. Now, regarding the regulatory affairs division, this is also again the combination work by 2 different committees. Here is the activities, and regarding the industrial pharmacy division, they are also active, very active, and they are doing work in involving different industries. Now, coming to the Pharma Times, our earlier editor, Dr. Alka, is here, and now it has been taken over by Dr. Anuradha Majumdar. Both of them are doing very good job. It is a really commendable job. Their content of the quality and content of the publication is very good, and as a result, now it is being indexed by Scopus and Embase and listed in journals approved by UGC for cash and appointment of the university teachers. Our another publication, that is the Indian Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Last 1 year we are having only online publication, and our president has already appointed one committee to find out the ways how it can be improved, and already that committee has given some recommendation. We are to implement it. Here is a statutory acknowledgement because all of the stakeholders have helped us to conduct these activities during this work. I really want to congratulate and acknowledge the support from well-wisher sponsors, support of industry, academia, regulation, and all the members. All of you have supported us like anything during last 1 year. So we are trying our best. My thanks to our auditor also, Mr. Ramesh. He is also doing very good job. And our student members and the IPASF, they are also doing very good. So this is in short all of our activities. I am placing this before you for your kind approval. So my friend, we need your approval. Arithro and Probir, here is your good name, please. Rahul. Oh, P.K. Banerjee is also there. Sorry, sir. So many hands. Okay, thank you. Thank you for very much. Thank you for supporting us. Now I would request our treasurer to place the statement of accounts in the files. So, Dr. Alkar is taking from me.
Thank you, Dr. Mandal. Where's the slides? Can somebody help? Thank you, Dr. Mandal, and my pleasure to present the annual audited statements and balance sheet, and we put it up here for your approval. Load किया? Loaded it? So, this is the auditor's report. And followed by the statement of accounts. This also has been published in Pharma Times, if I remember right, and you must have received it. So, and also posted on IPA website. These are all the schedules. So, in case we are putting it up for approval by the House. Approved by Dr. Anand Shedge and seconded by Dr. Jayashekhar. 2 is enough, right? Thank you all esteemed colleagues for this, and I hand you back to Dr. Subhash Mandal for the next agenda item.
उसमें ही है हाँ नेक्स्ट एजेंडा
आप बोलो एजेंडा आइटम
ओके नो इशू आगे
So for the auditors for the ensuing financial year 2025-26, we would first like to place on record our gratitude to our current auditors, Mr. N. Ramesh and Associates. However, for the forthcoming financial year, we would like to propose appointing Ms. Maitra and Chopra as the auditors for the significant difference in the professional charges that we'll have to give. With Mr. N. Ramesh, it was 2 lakhs plus over and above the travel and the other cost which we had to incur as they moved from Chennai to Mumbai. Whereas with Ms. Maitra and Chopra, who have earlier also done audit of IPA accounts, it's a 75,000 is their audit fee for the year. So that's the change we propose, and we request the House to accept it. Okay.
Earlier, Mr. Maitra and associates were there. They are associated with IPA. And they used to charge 50,000 only that time, 25,000. But more than 3 to 4 lakhs they are used to collect for any signature if any file has gone to them. For every signature they used to charge. That was the system. And you make it very clear because the charge as editor, how much money IPA office has received? Almost more than 40 to 50 lakhs. The money has come back from Income Tax Department, where the money was held up for several years, and also irregularly the money used to come back to the office. So that was the thing. But you negotiate with Ramesh, he has done a good job. If we continue for the same amount, let him continue. Otherwise, take a call, or treasurer and president and secretary can take a call. And while making a appointment of Maitri associates, make it very sure no extra charges or additional charges. That is my suggestion.
No, we are very clear about that. In fact, with N. Ramesh also, when we had signed, if you remember, I think it was for 1 lakh per annum. And eventually 2 lakhs and then 2 lakhs plus we started giving for internal audit also. So to curtail, and given the very, very critical financial situation that we as IPA, as an association face today, this was a very considered suggestion coming from our end. So we request the approval of the House for this. Okay. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. We go ahead. Okay, that has been finished. There is no such things. Okay. Before I extend you the vote of thanks, our past president wishes to tell you something. Okay. Please. Yeah. Okay, that will be noted. Okay, thank you. Thank you for mentioning. Anything else? Yeah, tell me.
Good evening to all. Dr. Mandal, you told that our divisions are doing a wonderful job. But I would like to mention our industrial division yet to open an account doing any performance. So I want to make little correction on that. And I request the IPS center to at least make active our industrial division to perform. Number one. Number two, we are supposed to receive 1.6 crore by our past president regarding IPCA amount which was transferred. Whether that amount has been returned back, just I want the clarification for that.
So thank you for your two suggestions. I am reacting on the first thing that it is the consolidated report of the Industrial Pharmacy Division. 6 months the earlier committee has organized so many programs, but the new committee they also organize 1-2 program. But as they are not present today, it was not really possible for me to apprise you. And for the next question, our president will react here. Sobhaji, 1.6 lakh.
Last year, 1.5 crores was taken for IPC, where requested our ex-president, immediate president, Dr. Nayana. He has contacted Dr. Reddy, Dr. Parsad Reddy, and he has showed that within this December, the amount will be funded by him through Dr. Reddy. That's why we are hopeful we will get the fund returned back.
Yeah,
My friend Ram Prasad Reddy asked, it was not Dr. Narayana taken, it was taken by LOC. Because he has not taken for the personal purpose. It was the 73rd IPC held at Hyderabad. The LOC IPCA president was Parsad Reddy, Agro Company MD, and LOC chairman was Giri, and secretary was Ramkishan. And the LOC president or IPCA president was particular. This should be organized in high-techs only. If any shortfall is there, I will pay for it. It was the commitment, it was minuted also. And after going through all the records we have submitted, that is, deficiency is 2.95, not 1.4. 2.95 was the deficiency of Hyderabad IPC. From that, almost 1.25 I gathered, team gathered from various sponsors and we paid it to the vendors. Because if you don't pay the money to the vendors, they will create trouble to IPS center. That's why I asked some sponsors to pay that, and they paid and negotiated and reduced the amount. Finally, it has come to 1.25 something. 1.5 out of 1.5. Our IPS center has added 15 lakhs taken from Federating Association also in this. So that should be directed. And so that is the to give the money. Given the representation, 1.55 the shortfall after clearing the class. And he assured, and in between, he is having some problem with his US FDA plant in US. He said, by month end, you please come, we will try to settle the issue. That was the assurance given. And even President and the Secretary always in contact with us. What happened to the money? What happened to the money? At least maximum to clear that before this AGM. The President is very anxious. Yes, I will tell everybody it was cleared, but it will be clear, sir. Definitely, that was assurance given by Parsad Reddy. Thank you. And another good news from for IPA at international level. The proposals submitted